Weasley's Wizard Wheezers, now stocking extendable ears, skiving snack boxes, and the full range of patented Daydream charms. Visit us at 93 Diagon Alley. Not responsible for any misuse in the workplace. Side effects of Daydream charms may include mild drooling.
The ancient stones of Hogwarts seemed to whisper their secrets as Mopsy made his way through the labyrinth corridors. The air thrummed with an undercurrent of magic, palpable and yet just beyond reach. Mopsy's bare feet padded softly against the worn flagstones, his oversized ears twitching at every unfamiliar sound. He navigated the castle's winding paths by instinct, following the scent of baking bread and roasting meats that wafted through the halls. The aromas grew stronger with each turn, guiding him deeper into the heart of the castle. At last, he found himself standing before a large painting depicting a bowl of fruit, just as he had been told. With a hesitant hand, he reached out and brushed his fingers against the canvas, feeling a slight tingle of magic beneath his touch. The pair in the painting squirmed and giggled, and the frames swung open, revealing the bustling world of the Hogwarts kitchens. Mopsy stepped inside, his senses immediately overwhelmed. The carnivorous room stretched out before him, a hive of activity and organized chaos. House elves scurried to and fro, their nimble hands wielding knives, ladles, and rolling pins with practiced precision. The clatter of pots and pans, the hiss of steam, and the crackle of fires created a cacophony that was at once overwhelming and yet strangely comforting. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the rich, savory scent of roasting meats, making Mopsy's mouth water. He watched in awe as a group of elves worked together to pull a tray of golden brown loaves from a massive stone oven. Their little faces flushed from the heat. At another station, a team of elves was chopping vegetables with blinding speed, their knives a blur of silver against the colorful mounds of carrots, potatoes, and onions. Mopsy marveled at their skill and coordination, each elf seeming to know exactly what to do and when to do it. "Ah, you must be the new elf. Mopsy, I believe," a voice said, cutting through the din. Mopsy turned to see an older elf approaching, his face lined with wrinkles and his eyes twinkling with warmth. "I'm Grimble, the head elf here at Hogwarts. Welcome to our little corner of the castle. Mopsy felt a rush of nerves as he looked up at Grimble, suddenly feeling very small and very young. "Thank you, sir," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Grimble chuckled, his laughter a deep, rich sound that seemed to come from his belly. "No need for sir, young one. We're all equals here, all part of the same team." He placed a gnarled hand on Mopsy's shoulder, guiding him deeper into the kitchen. As they walked, Grimble pointed out the various stations and explained their functions. "Over here is where we prepare the soups and stews," he said, indicating a row of large bubbling cauldrons. "We've got everything here from hearty beef and vegetable to lighter broths." Mopsy watched as an elf stirred one of the cauldrons with a long wooden spoon, the steam rising in fragrant curls. Grimble led him to another area where a group of elves was rolling out pastry dough and filling it with various meats and vegetables. "These are our famous pastries," Grimble explained. "Flaky, buttery crust filled with savory goodness. The students can't get enough of them." As they continued their tour, Mopsy noticed 4 long tables at the end of the kitchen, each laden with dishes and platters piled high with food. "What are those for?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his shyness. Grimble smiled. "Those are the house tables," he said. "One for each of the 4 Hogwarts houses. When the food is ready, we send it up to the Great Hall through those." He pointed out to 4 large openings in the ceiling, each emblazoned with a house crest. Mopsy watched in wonder as the dishes began to float upwards. As if carried by invisible hands, they sailed through the openings and vanished from sight. "But how do they get there?" he asked, his eyes wide with amazement. "Magic, of course," Grimble said with a wink. "The same magic that sends the dirty dishes back down to us after the meals." As if on cue, a clatter of plates and cutlery came raining down from the ceiling, landing in large tubs of soapy water. House elves scurried to collect them, scrubbing and scouring until they gleamed like new. "That's where you'll start," Grimble said, handing Mopsy a scrub brush. "Wash the dishes until they shine. Then we'll move you to vegetable prep, then to baking, and so on. In time you'll learn every job in this kitchen." Mopsy took the brush, a sense of pride and purpose filling him. He may not wield a wand, but he could ensure that the students and staff of Hogwarts were well fed and cared for. It was a noble calling, one that he would give his all to fulfill. As the day wore on, Mopsy worked tirelessly, his hands aching from scrubbing dishes, and his eyes watering from the sting of onion juices. But he didn't mind. He was part of something bigger now. A cog in the great machine that was Hogwarts. When at last his final dish was washed and the final pot scrubbed clean, Grimble led Mopsy to a small door off the main kitchen. "This is where we sleep," he said, opening it to reveal a cozy, dimly lit dormitory. Rows of small little beds lined the walls, each with a neatly folded tea towel at its foot. Mopsy felt a lump form in his throat as he looked around at what would be his home for the foreseeable future. It wasn't much, but it was his, and he was grateful for it. As he climbed into his bed that night, his body exhausted, but his heart full, Mopsy felt a sense of belonging wash over him. He had found his place in the world, and he would give it his all, no matter what challenges lay ahead. For he was a house elf of Hogwarts, and that was a noble calling indeed. Mopsy lay awake in the darkness of the dormitory, listening to the gentle snores and mummers of the other house elves. Sleep eluded him, his mind awhirl with the events of the day and the strange restless energy that seemed to thrum through his veins. Unable to bear the restless energy any longer, Mopsy slipped from his bed and padded silently out of the dormitory. The castle corridors were dark and deserted. The only sound the distant creak of settling stone and the soft rustle of slumbering portraits. Mopsy moved through the shadows like a ghost, his bare feet making no sound on the cool flagstones. He let his instincts guide him, following the subtle currents of magic that seemed to permeate the very walls of the castle. Almost before he realized it, he found himself standing in the doorway of a classroom, the charms room, if he wasn't mistaken. Though, in the darkness, it was hard to be sure. Mopsy hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his ears. Then, with a deep breath, he stepped inside. The room was still and silent, the desks and chairs casting eerie shadows in the faint moonlight. Mopsy moved slowly, reverently, his eyes wide as he took in the trappings of magical study. The blackboard still bore the fading remnants of the day's lesson. Complex diagrams and incantations that made his head spin. The bookshelves groaned under the weight of countless books, their spines whispering of secrets and mysteries waiting to be unlocked. With trembling fingers, Mopsy reached out and he brushed the smooth, polished wood of a wand that was left lying on a desk He had seen the wizards use these tools to shape reality to their will, to conjure light and fire, to transform and enchant. What would it be like, he wondered, to wield such power, to feel the magic coursing through him, responding to his every thought and desire. He picked it up, feeling a tingle of power running through his fingers. He waved it experimentally. Sparks flew from the tip, and a feather on a nearby desk rose into the air, hovering for a moment before settling back down. Mopsy's heart raced with joy and fear. He was doing magic, like the wizards. It was everything he had ever dreamed of, and yet he knew it was forbidden. House elves were not meant to wield wands, to learn the spells of wizards. But the lure for him was too strong. Night after night, Mopsy crept from his bed and explored the castle, learning whatever he could from the previous day's lessons. He practiced wand movements in the transfiguration room, whispered incantations in the halls of the astronomy tower, and in the kitchens, while he was working, he began to experiment with his new knowledge. He would slip small charms into the dishes he prepared, enchantments to make the flavors brighter, the textures more appealing. It was subtle magic, barely noticeable, but it filled Mopsy with a sense of pride and purpose. One night, inside the potions room, lost in his forbidden imaginings, Mopsy didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching until a shadow fell across the doorway. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat, as he found himself face to face with another house elf. It was Gribble, his face a maze of wrinkles, his eyes sharp and penetrating beneath his bristling brows. For a moment, he simply stared at Mopsy, his expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," Gribble said at last, his voice low. It was not a threat, but a simple statement of fact. Mopsy swallowed hard, fighting the urge to flee. I wanted to. He trailed off, unable to put his yearning into words. Gribble sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "I know what you wanted," he said, moving to sit on one of the desks. "I've seen it before. That hunger in your eyes, that itch in your fingers, the need to reach out and touch the magic that surrounds us to make it your own." Mopsy said nothing, but he could feel his cheeks burning in the darkness. There was another one like you once, Gribble continued, his gaze distant, as if seeing into the depths of memory. He too dreamed of doing magic like a wizard, holding a wand, rising above his station. He used to sneak into the library night by night, poring over ancient books, whispering the words of power in the shadows. Despite himself, Mopsy leaned forward, his curiosity overcoming his fear. What happened to him? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Gribble's face hardened, his eyes glinting like chips of flint. The magic consumed him, he said, each word heavy. It twisted his body and warped his mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. Now, they say he is a creature of the shadows, a monster that haunts the forgotten places of the castle. Some call him the Shadow Elf. Some are too scared to even speak his name. A chill ran down Mopsy's spine, a primal dread that seemed to coil in the very marrow of his bones. He had heard whispers of the Shadow Elf before, dark tales uttered by the older elves when they thought no one was listening. But he had always dismissed them as mere legend. Stories told to frighten the young and keep them in their place. You must put these thoughts from your mind, young Mopsy, Gribble said, his tone softening slightly. The path of magic is not for us. It leads only to ruin and despair. We elves have our own laws and our own magic. Mopsy wanted to argue, to protest that surely there must be another way. But the words died on his lips as he saw the depth of pain and knowledge in Gribble's gaze. And so, with a heavy heart, Mopsy followed Gribble out of the classroom and back to the dormitory. He lay in his bed until dawn, his little mind awhirl with conflicting thoughts and emotions. The warning of the Shadow Elf chilled him to his very core, but it could not entirely extinguish the spark of yearning that smoldered within him. In the days that followed, Mopsy tried to push the forbidden thoughts from his mind. So he threw himself into his work in the kitchens, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of cooking and cleaning. But even as his hands went about their tasks, his mind would still wander to the wands and spellbooks, to the tantalizing whisper of magic that seemed to linger just beyond his reach. And so, almost without realizing it, Mopsy began to experiment once again. a whispered incantation over a bubbling pot, a subtle enchantment woven into the crust of a pie. They were small magics, hardly worthy of the name, but they filled him with a fierce, secret joy. In these stolen moments, he could imagine himself as a wizard, a wielder of power and knowledge. He told himself that it was harmless, that a little kitchen magic could surely do no great evil. He had tasted magic, and he could not just go back to a life of mundane servitude all the time. And soon, Mopsy got more confident. And so, on the fateful night, Mopsy prepared the evening meal. He poured all of his skill and power into a single grand enchantment, a spell that would imbue the food with a magic beyond anything he had attempted before, a magic that would transform who ate it, granting them strength and vitality, wisdom and clarity of mind. As he whispered the final words of the incantation, Mopsy felt a surge of power rush through him, a wild, exhilarating energy that set his body trembling. Food before him glowed with an otherworldly light, pulsing and shimmering with barely contained magic. With a triumphant grin, Mopsy sent the enchanted dishes floating up to the great hall, imagining the looks of wonder and delight that would soon grace the faces of the students and teachers. He could picture them now, marveling at the extraordinary flavors, the sudden rush of power and knowledge that would flood their beings. But Mopsy's dream of glory quickly turned to nightmare as the screams began to echo through the castle. Screams of terror, of agony, of minds and bodies twisted beyond recognition by the wild, uncontrolled magic that coursed through them. In the great hall, chaos reigned as those who had tasted Mopsy's cooking found themselves transformed into monstrous hybrids, their forms melding and warping in grotesque, impossible ways. Students sprouting tentacles, teachers melted into pools of gibbering sentient ooze. The air was filled with the stench of corruption and the cacophony of suffering. Mopsy, huddled in the kitchen, could only listen in horror as the magnitude of his mistake crashed down upon him. He had not brought joy and enlightenment, but madness and despair. In his pride and folly, he had unleashed a plague upon Hogwarts, a twisted mockery of the magic he had so desperately sought to master. As the screams of the afflicted echoed through the halls and the teachers struggled to contain the unfolding horror, Mopsy knew that his transgression would not go unanswered. He had brought the wrath of the wizards down upon himself and upon all of elf kind. The next day, Mopsy found himself in the corridor outside the elf council chamber. It was dark, oppressive. The air hung heavy with a sense of foreboding. Mopsy stood before the ancient wooden door, his heart pounding in his chest and his palms slick with sweat. He had never been summoned before the Council of Elves before, but he knew all too well the gravity of his transgression. With a deep breath, Mopsy pushed the door and stepped inside. The chamber was a vast circular room, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the history of elf-kind. In the center were the members of the council, their faces stern and unreadable. At the head of the council sat Eldrin, the oldest and most respected of the elves. His eyes were like chips of flint, his features carved from ancient stone. He fixed Mopsy with a piercing gaze. "Mopsy," he began, his voice grave. "You stand accused of practicing magic beyond your station, of unleashing chaos and suffering upon Hogwarts. What have you to say for yourself?" Mopsy swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. I didn't mean for this to happen. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant." Eldrin's eyes narrowed. "You dare to speak of learning, of rising above your place? Such thoughts are dangerous, Mopsy. They lead only to ruin and despair. Elves have their own ways. We have our own magic." He leaned forward, his voice taking a haunted tone. "Have you not heard the tale of the elf who dared to dream of wizard magic, who sought power beyond his ken, and became the creature we know as the Shadow Elf?" Mopsy's blood ran cold at the mention of the dreaded name. The Shadow Elf. The cautionary tale whispered to frighten young and keep them in their place. That elf was consumed by magic, Eldrin continued. It twisted him, body and mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. And now, his dark legacy lives on. Mopsy felt a wave of horror and guilt crash over him. The great hall lay in ruins, students and teachers alike transformed into grotesque parodies of themselves. Even Madame Pomfrey, with all her skill, could not undo the damage he had wrought. Some students may never recover, Aldrin said, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. They lie in the hospital wing, disfigured, their lives forever blighted by your transgression. Tears streamed down Mopsy's face, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. He had no words, no defense against the terrible weights of his actions. There can only be one punishment for such a crime, Aldrin declared. Banishment. A gasp ran through the chamber. Banishment, the harshest sentence the council could impose. A fate reserved for only the most grievous of offenders. Mopsy, from this day forth, you are exiled to the darkest, most dangerous corners of Hogwarts, Aldrin intoned. You will clean and toil in forgotten places, the haunted halls and cursed chambers, and you will be banished in solitude and shame, a testament to the price of your arrogance. With that, the council session ended. The elves filed out of the chamber, their faces grim, and their eyes averted from Mopsy's broken form. As Mopsy was led away by the guards, his mind reeled with the enormity of his punishment. A life of exile and darkness in the shadows of Hogwarts, cut off from the kitchens, from the only world he had ever known. But even in the depths of his despair, a tiny flicker of hope kindled his heart. Out there, in the shadows of Hogwarts, perhaps he might find a way to master the magic that still called to him. It was a desperate, foolish dream, but it was all he had left. The only light in the bleak expanse of his future. And so, as he descended into the bowels of the castle, Mopsy clung to that fragile hope, that ember of defiance. He would survive this exile, this darkness, and somehow, someday, he would find a way to prove them all wrong, he thought. Mopsy felt the darkness pressing in on him as he descended deeper into the forgotten bowels of Hogwarts. The air grew colder, damper. The stone walls slick with moisture and choked with cobwebs. The only light came from the flickering torch he carried, its meager glow barely penetrating the gloom. As he trudged through the winding, narrow passages, Mopsy couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of his vision, and the echo of his footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. passages twisted and turned, leading him into chambers filled with strange, rusted contraptions and piles of ancient, moldering books. Mopsy's heart raced as he imagined what dark secrets might be contained within their crumbling pages. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the darkness. A low, guttural growl that made Mopsy's blood run cold. He froze, his ears straining to pick out the source of the noise. There, in the shadows of a carnivorous room, something moved. A hulking shape, all matted fur and gleaming teeth, its eyes glinting with a feral, hungry light. Mopsy's breath caught in his throat as the beast stalked forward, its claws scraping against the stone floor. He stumbled backwards, his mind racing as he tried to remember any scrap of defensive magic he had learned. But before he could act, a bolt of sickly green light shot out from the darkness, striking the beast in the side. It let out a hideous shriek, its body convulsing as the spell coursed through it. Mopsy spun around, trying to locate the source of the magic. But a sharp blow to the back of his head sent him crashing to the ground. Stars exploded across his vision, and then everything went black. When he came to, Mopsy found himself chained to a chair in a dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dark magic, and the walls seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Well, well, a voice rasped from the shadows. What have we here? Mopsy's heart nearly stopped as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was an elf, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its skin was ashen and wrinkled, its eyes sunken and glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Dark robes hung from its emaciated frame, and its long, claw-like fingers were wrapped around a gnarled staff. A little elfling, lost in the dark, the figure mused, its voice a sinister whisper. How delightful. Mopsy's mouth went dry as he realized who or what he was facing. The Shadow Elf. The dark legend made flesh. What do you want with me? He stammered, his voice shaking with terror. The Shadow Elf grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotting, jagged teeth. Oh, I think you know, little one, it hissed, leaning in close. I've been watching you, Mopsy. I've seen the magic that burns within you. I've seen the hunger for power that consumes your thoughts. Mopsy shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. No, he choked out. I've never wanted this. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant. The Shadow Elf's eyes glinted with a cruel, knowing light. But that's always how it starts, isn't it? It purred. A little knowledge, a taste of power, and then, before you know it, you're consumed by it, twisted into something else. It reached out, its cold, dead fingers brushing against Mopsy's cheek. I can teach you, Mopsy, it whispered, its voice a seductive poison. I can show you the true depths of magic, the secrets that the wizards and the elves have hidden away. All you have to do is embrace the darkness. Just let it into your heart. Mopsy recoiled, his stomach churning with revulsion. But even as he shrank from the Shadow Elf's touch, a small, traitorous part of his mind couldn't help but be intrigued by its words. The secrets of magic, the power he had always dreamed of. Could it really be within his grasp? Or was this just another trap? Another cruel twist in the nightmare his life had become? As he hung there in the darkness, chained and helpless, Mopsy felt the weight of his exile, his punishment pressing down on him. But perhaps, in the twisted depths of the Shadow Elf's lair, he might find the key to his salvation, or his damnation. The choice, it seemed, was his to make. The Shadow Elf circled Mopsy like a predator, its sunken eyes glinting with a malevolent hunger. Mopsy shivered, the chains biting into his skin as he strained against his bonds. You have potential, little elf, the Shadow Elf rasped, its voice like the scraping of dead leaves. I can feel the magic pulsing within you, raw and untamed. With the right training, you could become a force to be reckoned with. Mopsy's heart raced. The Shadow Elf's words were like poisoned honey, tempting and deadly. We are not so different, you and I, the creature said. We both yearn for something more than a life of servitude. The shackles of tradition that bind our kind. It leaned in close, its breath cold and foul against Mopsy's face. "You might know me as the Shadow Elf," it whispered. "My real name is Morin. I was once like you, young, curious, filled with dreams of a better life for our people. I served on the Council of Elves, respected and admired by all." He began to pace, his robe swirling around his frame. But I knew that true change could never come from within the rigid confines of elf society. We needed an ally, someone who could bridge the gap between our world and the world of wizards. Mopsy listened, transfixed, as Morin spun his tale. Morin told him how Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard and headmaster, had sensed the power within him and had taken Morin under his wing. Morin told him how together they had planned to go to the Ministry of Magic to advocate for the rights and freedom of elf kind. But the elders, the traditionalists of the elves, they couldn't abide the thought of change. Morin spat, his face contorting with ancient anger. They feared the disruption of the old ways, and so they banished me, condemned me to the shadows, to be a cautionary tale for any elf who dared to dream of something more. But my exile has not been in vain, Morin said, a fierce light burning in his eyes. In the darkness, I have honed my craft, mastered magics beyond the ken of any elf or wizard. And now, with you by my side, we can finish what I started all those years ago. He extended a gnarled hand, the skin like ancient parchment. "Let me teach you, Mopsy," he urged. "Let me show you the true potential of elves. Together, we can break the chains that bind us and forge a new world from the ashes of the old." Mopsy hesitated, fear and temptation warring within him. To accept Morin's offer was to step into the unknown, to embrace the very darkness he had been taught to fear. But the thought of the students, twisted and suffering from his magical mishap, weighed heavily upon his conscience. If Morin could help him undo the damage, if his power could be used for good. Slowly, trembling, Mopsy reached out and took Morin's hand. The Shadow Elf's grip was cold and strong, and and Mopsy felt a surge of dark energy through him at the contact. And so, in the depths of Hogwarts' forgotten places, Mopsy's true education began. Under Morin's tutelage, he delved into magics both wondrous and terrible, learning spells and techniques that no elf had ever dreamed of. Mopsy and Morin crept through the darkened halls of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone floors. The castle was eerily silent. In the hospital wing, the transformed students lay in their beds, their bodies twisted and warped by the wild magic of Mopsy's mishap. Madame Pomfrey had done her best, but even her considerable skills were not enough to undo the damage. Morin surveyed the scene, his sunken eyes glinting with determination. "We must work quickly," he murmured. "The magic that afflicts them is strong, but not unbreakable." Mopsy nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Together, they began to weave their magic, their voices rising and falling in an ancient, haunting chant. Mopsy could feel the power coursing through him, dark and intoxicating, as he shaped their energies to his will. Slowly, painfully, the students began to change. Twisted limbs straightened, distorted features smoothed back to their original forms, tentacles disappearing. It was a grueling, exhausting process, but Mopsy refused to let his concentration waver. They were so focused on their task that they didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was too late. A blast of red light shot out from the doorway, striking Morin in the chest and sending him crumpling to the ground. Mopsy spun around, a defensive spell on his lips, but a second stunner caught him before he could cast. When he came to, Mopsy awoke in a familiar place. The council chamber of the elves. He was bound and kneeling on the stone-cold floor, Morin beside him in a similar state. The elders of the council loomed over them, their faces grim and their eyes hard. "Mopsy," Eldrin intoned, his voice dripping with contempt. "You dare to return here after all you have done, and in the company of this creature." He gestured to Morin, his lip curling in disgust. Mopsy's heart raced, but he forced himself to meet Eldrin's gaze. "We came to undo the harm I caused," he said. his voice shaking but determined, to heal the students and to challenge the way things have always been. A murmur ran through the council, a mix of shock and outrage. You would dare to question our ways, another elder demanded. To align yourself with this shadow elf, this bringer of ruin? Mopsy took a deep breath. This had been the moment he had been dreading, but also the moment he had been preparing for. His name is Morin, he said, his little voice growing stronger. And he is not the monster you have made him out to be. He is a visionary, a champion of elf rights and freedom, and he should be allowed to return to his rightful place among us. The chamber erupted in chaos, elves shouting and gesticulating wildly. Blasphemy, Eldrin roared, his face purple with rage. You would bring this corrupted being back into our midst and overturn centuries of tradition? I will see you both exiled for this, cast out forever from elf society. But before Eldrin could make good on his threat, a new voice cut through the din. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Eldrin. Every head turned to the entrance of the chamber, and there, standing tall and serene, was Albus Dumbledore himself. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, but there was a steely resolve in his gaze. Dumbledore? Eldrin sputtered, his anger giving way to confusion. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Dumbledore smiled, but there was no warmth in it. I'm here to invoke the ancient laws of the elves, he said calmly. Laws which state that any elf, no matter the crime, may return to their people after a certain span of years. And by my reckoning, Morin's exile ended long ago. He turned to face the council, his voice growing stern. Moreover, I believe it is high time that this body considered the proposal that Morin and I brought before you all those years ago. A proposal to grant elves their freedom, to allow them to choose their own paths in life. A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Mopsy's heart soared with hope, even as he saw the elders' faces darken with anger and fear. And let us not forget, Dumbledore continued, the great service that Mopsy and Morin have done for Hogwarts this night. They have healed the students and the teachers, and undone a great wrong. Surely such actions are worthy of celebration, not condemnation. He smiled again, a twinkle in his eye. Perhaps, in light of this, the elves of Hogwarts might consider expanding their roles, working alongside Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, using their unique magics to help and to heal. It would be a noble calling, and a step towards the brighter future we all seek. Mopsy held his breath, hardly daring to hope. The council was silent, the elders exchanging glances heavy with meaning. Finally, Eldrin spoke, his voice heavy with reluctance. The wizard speaks wisdom, he admitted. Morin's exile has indeed run its course, and his actions this night, alongside young Mopsy, cannot be ignored. He turned to face Morin, his expression unreadable. You may return to us, he said formally, and your proposal and Dumbledore's will be given the consideration it deserves. Morin bowed his head, a single tear trickling down his weathered cheek. Thank you, Eldrin, he whispered. You will not regret this chance at a new beginning. As the bindings fell away from Mopsy's wrists, he felt a wave of emotion almost overwhelming in its intensity. Joy, relief, vindication, and a sense of purpose unlike any he had ever known. The road ahead would not be easy. Centuries of tradition and prejudice could not be undone in a single night. But for the first time, he allowed himself to hope, to dream of a world where elves and wizards could stand side by side as equals. And as he looked at Morin, the pride and determination shining in the old elf's eyes, Mopsy knew that he had found more than just a teacher or even a friend. He had found a true leader, a visionary who would guide their people into a bright and shining future. The dawn was coming, and with it a new era of elf-kind. And Mopsy would be there to see it. Every step of the way. The castle was never truly silent at night. Even in the dead hours before dawn, Hogwarts breathed. Suits of armor shifted with metallic sighs. Portraits snored in gilded frames. And the very stones seemed to murmur secrets to one another. But tonight, as you pressed yourself in the shadowy alcove behind the one-eyed witch statue, the usual nocturnal symphony felt more like an accusation. Descendium, you whispered, tapping the hump with your wand. The witch's hump opened with a grinding sound that seemed thunderous in the empty corridor. You winced, ears straining for the telltale click of Filch's lamp, or the pad of Mrs. Norris's paws. Nothing. Only your own heartbeat, rabbit quick in your chest. The passage was as unpleasant as you remembered from your 3rd year. Narrow, damp, and smelling of earth and something else, something ancient that had no name. Your wand light bobbed ahead as you half walked, half crawled through the tunnel. Robes collecting dust and cobwebs. More than once you questioned your sanity. All of this based on a scrap of parchment you'd found wedged behind a loose brick in the library. Written in spidery handwriting. When the moon hides its face, the old ones gather at the broomsticks. Stories not fit for bins. Midnight. Come, if you dare. It had been unsigned, of course. Probably a prank. Almost certainly a prank, but here you were, anyway. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, sloping gradually downward, until your legs ached and your breath came in short gasps. Just when you were certain you'd made a terrible mistake, the passage opened into the cellar of Honeydukes. You'd been here before. Every Hogsmeade weekend, practically. But never like this. Never with the shop dark and sleeping above you. The sugar-sweet smell of the sweet shop was overwhelming in the close air, making you slightly dizzy as you found the stairs. The streets of Hogsmeade were empty. Mist curling around the lampposts like ghostly cats. Your footsteps echoed too loudly on the cobblestones. Every window was dark, every door shut tight against the November chill. Above, clouds scudded across the sky, playing hide and seek with a silver moon. The 3 broomsticks sat at the end of the high street, and even from a distance, you could see the faint glow of firelight in its windows. Your heart lifted. The door was unlocked. It swung open at your touch, releasing a wash of warmth and the smell of wood smoke and old beer. The pub was nearly empty, so different from the crowded, cheerful place you knew from the weekend visits. Now, in the depths of night, it felt older somehow, more itself. Madame Rosmerta stood behind the bar, polishing a glass with a cloth that had seen better days. She didn't look surprised to see you. Her eyes, still beautiful, still sharp, flicked over your dusty robes and cobweb-decorated hair, and something like amusement touched her lips. Butterbeer, she said, not a question. She pulled the glass without waiting for an answer. The liquid gold and foaming, and slid it across the bar. Fire's warmest on the left side. Mind the embers. You wanted to ask her a dozen questions, but something in her manner, polite but distant, like a sphinx who'd already decided not to eat you, made you simply not take your drink to the fire. Three figures sat in the chairs closest to the hearth, their faces cast in flickering shadow. They didn't look at you as you approached, didn't acknowledge your presence at all. For a moment, you stood awkwardly, butterbeer growing warm in your hands. Then, the eldest of them, a man whose beard was so long it pooled in his lap like silver silk, turned his head. "Ah," he said. "Student, sit tight, child. The night grows old, and we've miles to go before we sleep." You sat down. The wand maker, for that's what he was. You could tell by the wood dust that clung to every crease of his robes, the splinters embedded in his fingers. He took a long drink from his tankard and just stared into the fire. The other two remained silent, waiting. Everything waited. "Do they teach you," he began at last, "about the wand makers who came before Ollivander? Before Grigorovich? Before any of the names you know?" You shook your head. "No, they wouldn't. Some stories are better left in the dark." He smiled, but there was no humor in it. "But since you've come seeking stories, here's one that's been eating at my thoughts these 70 years. The one-maker's tale unfolded like smoke from the fire, curling into shapes and shadows. And it went like this. Centuries passed when wand-making was more art than science. There lived an apprentice named Uldric, brilliant, ambitious, and hopelessly impatient with his master's methods. While other apprentices were content to learn the traditional ways, matching wood to wizard, core to character, Uldric dreamed of something greater. He wanted to create the perfect wand. Not a wand for someone, but a wand for everyone. Universal. Ultimate. Perfect. His master warned him, of course. Masters always do in stories like these. The wood chooses its purpose, the old man said. Force it, and you'll break more than branches. But Aldrich didn't listen. Listeners don't make history, after all. He devoured every text he could find, legal and otherwise, in a book whose very pages seemed to whisper warnings. He found it. The legend of the Elder Tree. Not the Elder Wand, mind you. That's a different story, and one you probably know. No, this one was older still. The tree from which the first wandwood ever came, growing in a place between places, tended by those who died seeking it. They called them the Whispering Court, those spirits. Wizards and witches who'd gotten close enough to see the tree, to touch its silver bark, but not close enough to leave with their lives. The legend said they guarded it still, jealous and hungry, offering bargains to those brave or foolish enough to venture into their realm. The bargain was always the same. A branch freely given in exchange for a memory of love. Most who heard the legend dismissed it as a metaphor. Aldrich knew better. He spent months preparing. Protective charms, binding spells, every safeguard he could layer onto his own skin. When the autumn equinox, when the boundaries between the worlds grew thin, he walked into the forbidden forest, or a forest very like it, and kept walking until the trees grew strange and the shadows moved wrong. He found the elder tree at midnight. It was beautiful. That's what they never tell you about dangerous things. How beautiful they can be. Its bark shimmered like moonlight on water. Its leaves sang with voices almost human. And around it, drifting like mist, the Whispering Court. Yes, they had no faces. Not anymore, just the suggestion of faces. Almost like reflections in disturbed water, but their voices. Oh, their voices were crystal clear. Another one, they sighed. A chorus of grief and hunger. Another one who thinks himself different. Aldrich stood his ground. He'd practiced this moment in his mind 1,000 times. I've come for a branch, he said, proud of how steady his voice sounded. I'll pay your price. Will you? The voices swirled around him, through him. Will you give us a memory of love? Your first kiss, perhaps? The warmth of your mother's embrace, the pride in your father's eyes. My mother, Aldrich said, and something in his chest clenched, but he pushed it down. I'll give you my memory of my mother. The whispering court laughed, and it was the saddest sound he'd ever heard. Cut your branch, Wandamaker. Make your masterpiece. And may you find what you're seeking. Aldrich cut the branch with a silver knife. And the moment it parted from the tree, felt something rip from his mind. Not painfully, that would have been better. It simply vanished. He tried to picture his mother's face, found only fog. Tried to remember her voice and heard only silence. But he had his branch, and that was what mattered. It took him 3 years to craft the wand. Every technique he knew, every secret he'd uncovered, all poured into this single length of elder wood. He used phoenix feather for the core, a gift from his master given long ago, saved for something special. The one that emerged was extraordinary. It hummed with power, resonated with magic that made his other work look like children's toys. The first spell he cast, just a simple lumos, nearly blinded him with its brilliance. The second spell, a levitation charm, worked so perfectly he laughed aloud with joy. The third spell, well, he couldn't quite remember what the third spell was meant to do. Strange. Days passed. Aldrich used his masterpiece wand constantly, marveling at its power. Each spell was flawless. Each incantation sang with precision, but other things began to slip away. He forgot names, forgot the title of his favorite book, forgot eventually the taste of his grandmother's soup, the sound of rain on his childhood roof, the feel of his father's hand on his shoulder. Small things, unimportant things. Except they weren't small at all. His master noticed first. "Boy," the old man said, "what have you done?" But Aldrich couldn't remember what he'd done. Only that he had this perfect wand, and it was the most important thing in his life, though he couldn't quite recall why. The curse of this elder tree was simple in the end. The tree gave freely, but the whispering court took their due. One memory of love for the branch, but every spell cast with that branch cost another memory. Love, joy, warmth, connection. All the things that made a wizard human. All the things that made magic worth doing. Led away with each flick of the wand. Aldrich used this wand for 7 more years. By the end, he couldn't remember his own name. Couldn't remember why he'd wanted to make the wand in the first place. Couldn't remember anything except the perfect branch he'd cut one autumn night, and a growing sense that he'd lost something terribly important. They say he wanders still in forests, cutting branches, making wands he can never use, searching for something he can no longer name. The wand maker fell silent, staring into his tankard as if answers might be found in the dregs. You realized your butterbeer had gone cold in your hands. You started, but weren't sure how to finish. Horrible. True. The wand maker's eyes met yours, and they were ancient, and they were sad. Both, I expect. Drink up, student. The night's not over. And Mistress Morgana has been waiting for her turn. The second figure stirred. She was younger than the wand maker, but her eyes somehow felt older. Her robes were the deep blue-green of deep ocean water. And when you moved, you caught a strange scent of salt and sea storms. "I'll tell you," she said, and her voice rolled like waves. "I'll tell you about the lighthouse that came before the prison. About the kindest wizard who ever lived, and why kindness isn't always enough." And her tale went like this. long before Azkaban became the fortress that you know. Before Dementors haunted its towers and prisoners went mad in its cells, there was only a lighthouse. A single tower of white stone on a rocky island in the North Sea. Where the water runs cold and deep and the fog rolls in as thick as wool. The lighthouse keeper was a wizard named Septimus Grey. Solitary man, but not an unkind one. He'd taken the post after his wife died, wanting nothing more than to be useful in his grief. And useful he was. His light never faltered, his beacon never dimmed. Ships passed safely through the treacherous waters around the island, their captains blessing Grey's name. But ships began to vanish. Not often at first. Once a season, perhaps. A fishing boat that didn't return. A merchant vessel that never made port. The sea claims its due, people said. The sea is hungry. The ministry investigated, of course. They sent auras to inspect Grey's lighthouse, to question the keeper, to search for dark magic or any foul play. They found nothing. Grey was exactly what he appeared. Just a lonely, grieving man, doing his job with quiet competence. His light was bright, his logs were meticulous, and his magic was benign. The ships kept vanishing. Finally, the ministry sent Arabella Finch. Now, Arabella was quite young for an Auror, but clever, and with a talent for seeing what others missed. She arrived on a gray November afternoon. And the fog was so thick, Grey nearly missed her boat. I'll need to stay several nights, she told him, standing in his kitchen with seawater dripping from her cloak. Observe the full pattern. You understand? Grey understood. He gave her the spare room, sparse but clean, and went about his duties as always. Lit the lamp at dusk, checked the oil, watched the dark water and darker sky. Arabella watched him. The first 2 nights were uneventful. Grey performed his duties with mechanical precision, ate simple meals, spoke very little. Lonely, perhaps. Sad, certainly, but the third night, Arabella couldn't sleep. Some instinct, honed by years of training, kept her awake, alert. Near midnight, she heard Gray moving above her in the lamp room. Soft sounds, murmuring. She climbed the spiral stairs silently, wand ready. What she saw made her blood run cold. Not with fear, but with a horror more profound than any dark curse. Gray stood at the great lamp. But he wasn't alone. Crowding around him, pressed close like children seeking warmth, were ghosts. Dozens of them, sailors by their clothes, drowned men by their waterlogged appearance and the kelp tangled in their hair. And Gray was feeding them, not with food. Ghosts don't eat, everyone knows that. He was feeding them with magic, with warmth, with his own life force. Tendrils of golden light flowed from his hands to their translucent forms. And for brief moments they looked almost solid, almost alive. There now, Gray was murmuring. There now, don't crowd, enough for everyone. You're safe here, I won't let you fade. Arabella must have made a sound, a gasp, a footfall, because Gray turned. His face was gaunt. She saw now, hollowed out by the magic he'd been pouring into the dead. But his eyes held no guilt, only a terrible, weary compassion. They were lost, he said simply. Drowned in these waters. Confused, frightened. When I came here, I found them clustering around the light. Trying to remember being alive. I couldn't just let them suffer. You've been anchoring them, Arabella said. Keeping them here, tied to this world. Helping them, Gray corrected. They need to move on, Arabella interrupted. Ghosts are meant to fade or remain by choice. You've been keeping them trapped, feeding them magic until they're not ghosts anymore, but something else, something hungry. Gray's face crumpled. I was just trying to help. Show me, Arabella commanded. Show me what happens when ships pass close by. She watched the next night and understood at last. The ghosts Gray had been feeding sustained on magic, swollen with borrowed life, had grown hungry for more than Grey could give. When ships sailed close to the island, close to the lighthouse's light, the ghosts warned them. They didn't harm, not consciously. They were just so cold, so desperate for the warmth of living bodies, for the heat of beating hearts. They pulled the sailors down, pulled them under, and added them to their number. And Grey, kind Septimus Grey, welcomed each new ghost to his light, fed them, confronted them, trapped them, created more hunger still. The ministry faced a dilemma. Grey had committed no crime, not really. His intentions had been pure, but his actions had cost dozens of lives and would cost more if left unchecked. They couldn't bring themselves to execute him. He was a victim of his own compassion, after all. But they couldn't free him either. So they did something worse. They imprisoned Grey in his own lighthouse, sealed him there with magic that would last for centuries. His grief, his guilt, his compassion, all that remained of the kind man he'd been, they twisted and magnified and bound into new forms. The ghosts he'd fed, bloated with stolen life and unfulfilled hunger, were transformed as well. Shaped by dark magic and darker necessity into creatures that could guard the soon-to-be prison. Creatures that fed on happiness, because Grey had fed them on life. Creatures that brought cold because Grey had tried to bring warmth. Yes, the first Dementors. And Septimus Grey, the kindest wizard who had ever lived, became their eternal warden. Trapped forever in the lighthouse turned prison, feeling the weight of every prisoner's despair, knowing he'd only meant to help. You know, they say on quiet nights, when the fog rolls thick around Azkaban, you can still see a light in the highest tower. Still see a shadow moving in the lamp room. Still hear a voice murmuring comfort to those who cannot be comforted. The sailor witch Morgana drained her tankard and set it down with a decisive click. You found you've been holding your breath. The lighthouse is gone now, she said. Azkaban's been redesigned, rebuilt, but the Dementors remain. And some say so does Grey. kindness without wisdom is just another kind of curse. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, you could hear the wind picking up and rattling the windows in their frames. The third figure uncurled from her chair. She was young, you realized. Yes, younger than the others by far, perhaps not even 30. When she smiled at you, you felt your skin prickle with goose flesh. One more tale, she said, and her voice was soft as silk. And probably the strangest of all tales, because it's about the hero nobody knows, the sacrifice nobody remembers, the girl who saved the world and earned nothing but silence. And her story went like this. In every generation, the old magic works its patterns. Seventh son of a seventh son. That's power everyone knows. But rarer still, and stronger yet, the seventh daughter of a seventh daughter. Such girls are born seeing. No, not simple divination, not the misty nonsense they teach at Hogwarts. True seeing. The ability to perceive not just the future, but all possible futures. Every choice, every consequence, spreading out like branches on a tree, until the weight of it all should crush a person's mind. Yes, most seventh daughters go mad. The seeing breaks them before their 10th birthday, and they spend the rest of their lives in St. Mungo's, staring at visions that only they can perceive. But some learn to navigate the branches, learn to see without drowning in sight. Morgane Blackwood was one such girl. She was 13 when the seeing came fully into flower. One moment she was a normal witch, learning spells and giggling with friends. The next, she saw her future, all her futures, exploding outward in a cascade of possibility. In one branch she became a healer, in another an auror, in a third she died, young of dragonpox. In a fourth, she lived to be an ancient witch and taught at Hogwarts. Thousands of branches, millions, each one real, each one possible, each one waiting for her choices to prune the tree. She learned to manage it, learned to focus on single branches, to blur the rest into possibility rather than probability. She grew up reasonably sane, reasonably happy. known in her village as the Seer Girl, but not feared or pitied. Until the day she saw the plague. It came to her at 18, a vision so stark and terrible it drove her to her knees. A disease, magical in nature, sweeping through Britain like wildfire. It killed Muggleborns first. Their magic couldn't adapt fast enough. Then half-bloods, then purebloods. Within 5 years, magical Britain was a graveyard. Within 10, the magic itself began to die. The very essence of it, dimming like a flame starved of oxygen. Morgaine had never seen a future so singular, so unalterable. Every branch of the tree led to the same destination: extinction. Almost every branch. She began searching the possibilities frantically, desperately. Surely there was a cure. Surely there was a way to stop it. She traced branch after branch, future after future, watching millions of timelines spiral out before her. And she found it. One thin branch. So slender she almost missed it. A future where the plague was stopped before it began. The cure required a sacrifice. Not potion ingredients or rare magical items. That would be too easy. The plague was a thing of dark magic, born from a curse so old its origins were lost. To stop it required a counter-curse. And counter-curses demand payment in kind. A life for 1,000 lives. An innocent for the guilty. A willing sacrifice given freely with full knowledge of what would be lost. Morgaine spent 2 years searching for another way. She traced every possible future, followed every theoretical branch, tested every variation. But always the tree led to the same truth. Only one solution worked. Only one she could provide. Because here was the cruel irony. The sacrifice had to come before the plague. Had to prevent it from ever beginning. Which meant nobody would ever know they'd ever been saved. The future where the plague happened would simply not happen. It would become one of the infinite might-have-beens. If Morgaine gave herself, the world would never know what she'd prevented. Would never know her name, her choice, her sacrifice. But the magical world would live on. So on her 20th birthday, Morgaine Blackwood walked into the Ministry of Magic. She went to the Department of Mysteries, to the chamber they keep locked and warded. where the oldest and darkest artifacts slumber. The unspeakables found her body the next morning. Dead by her own wand, sprawled across a ritual circle drawn in her own blood. Dark magic, they assumed. A foolish witch, playing with forces beyond her understanding. They buried her quietly, erased the incident from the records. Memory charmed the few who knew. And the plague that should have come, that in every other timeline did come, simply didn't. Nobody noticed, of course. How can you notice something that doesn't happen? How can you remember a disaster that never occurred? But here's the thing about seeing, about being a seventh daughter of a seventh daughter. The gift doesn't die with the body. It lingers in the world, attaching itself to the next seventh daughter born, and the next, passing down through generations, like a genetic echo. Every seventh daughter since Morgaine has had the seeing, and every one of them, somewhere in their visions, catches a glimpse of a thin branch, a narrow possibility, a girl who made a choice. Some of them understand what they're seeing. Most don't, but all of them. When the moment comes, when they see a future that requires sacrifice, remember Morgaine. Remember the hero whose name was forgotten. Remember that sometimes the greatest magic is the magic nobody knows you performed. They say, and this is the whisper among those who see, the secret passed in silence. They say that seventh daughters are still making choices, still preventing disasters that will never be recorded, still sacrificing themselves for futures that will never be acknowledged. You'll never know their names, that's the point. But somewhere right now, a girl is seeing a terrible future and searching for a way to prevent it. And when she finds that one thin branch, that narrow possibility, she'll think of Morgaine Blackwood. And she'll make her choice. And the world will spin on, never knowing how close it came to ending. The young woman finished speaking and sat back in her chair, that unsettling smile still playing at her lips. You realized with a chill that her eyes were the same color as storm clouds. Could she be? But before you could ask, before you could say anything at all, Madame Rosemarta appeared at your elbow with a fresh butterbeer. Dawn's breaking, she said. Best be off. Long walk back to the castle and your absence will be noticed soon enough. You looked at the windows, saw she was right. Sky beyond the glass was softening from black to gray, the stars fading like forgotten memories. The three storytellers were standing, gathering cloaks and staffs and things you couldn't quite see properly. They nodded to you, a gesture of acknowledgement, perhaps even respect. And one by one they left through a door you could have sworn hadn't been there when you arrived. Same time next month, Adam Rosmerta said. And this time there was a slight amusement in her voice. If you dare, you can find your way back. If you remember. You wanted to ask what she meant. You wanted to ask 100 questions, but already the pub was changing. The fire was banking itself, the shadows were retreating. It was becoming just a pub again. Just a normal place, as if the last few hours had been nothing but a dream. You drained your butterbeer, stepped out into the pre-dawn chill. The walk back through Honeyduke Cellar, through the long tunnel, seemed shorter somehow. Or perhaps you were simply too lost in thought to notice. The stories churned in your mind, their mortals tangling together like threads in a tapestry. You emerged behind the one-eyed witch, just as the first rays of sun touched the castle towers. Somewhere below, you could hear the kitchen stirring to life. Soon the corridors would fill with students heading to breakfast, complaining about homework and Quidditch and all the normal concerns of normal life. You made it to your dormitory without being caught, slipped into bed still fully dressed beneath your robes. Your roommates were beginning to stir, stretching and yawning and greeting the morning with the bleary confusion of teenagers everywhere. "What have you been up to?" one of them mumbled. "Where have you been? You look awful." "Couldn't sleep," you said, which was true enough. "I just went for a walk." They accepted this without question, already turning to their own concerns. You lay back on your pillow, meaning to rest for just a moment before getting up for breakfast. Your hand brushed something in your pocket, something that hadn't been there before. You pulled it out slowly, a small piece of sea glass, worn smooth by the waves. You turn it over in your fingers, watching the early morning light shine through. Had it been real? The midnight walk, the nearly empty pub, the three strangers. You looked at the sea glass again, felt the silver dust still clinging to your sleeve, dust that smelled of wood shavings and old magic. Real or not, you knew that you'd be back. If you could find your way, if you dared, if you remembered. You tucked the sea glass under your pillow and closed your eyes. The stories already beginning to feel like dreams at the edge of waking. But some dreams, you thought, as sleep finally claimed you, are worth remembering. Some dreams are worth the darkness it takes to find them. The halls of the Ministry of Magic lay veiled in evening shadows as Aura Elara Dawson made her way to the late wizard's office. Though the torches flickered low, their firelight glinted off the golden ministry emblem embossed on each heavy oak door Elara passed. The clacking echo of her boots broke the tomb-like silence that shrouded these empty corridors at night. Upon arriving at the end of the hall, Elara lifted her illuminated wand tip to the door plate. Magical portraits and records to vision. The slab of wood creaked open. Inside, flecks of gold leaf glimmered amidst the office's somber hues. Mahogany walls, Persian rug of navy and burgundy, the cherry wood desk where the wizard's body now slumped motionless. Dark spatters stained the front of his plum velvet robes. Elara circled the heavy-set frame of Armando Basil, senior records keeper, examining his desk and body for clues. The only break in the office's meticulous order was a painting on the far wall, depicting an aged wizard gazing back at her. But as Elara studied those lifelike brushstrokes, the portrait gave a shudder and stilled. Its subject appearing just as dead as the man at the desk. Strange, Elara thought. For a portrait to lose its animation so completely, she swept her wand around the room, muttering detection charms that filled the air with scattering gold and sparks, yet revealed no traces of dark magic. Perplexed but dedicated to uncovering the truth, Elara settled in to await the investigative team. Thoughts swirling around the twin mysteries that lay before her. The two figures frozen in death. Their secrets still held fast in shadow. A rap at the door announced Senior Aura, Gareth Haynes. Report, Aura Dawson. Elara summarized her efforts, admitting the lack of progress. No sign of foul play yet, but something seems off. Why hasn't the ministry announced Basil's death? High-profile cases usually warrant public alerts in the Daily Prophet, at least. Haynes clasped his hands behind his back. The minister insists on absolute discretion regarding Basil's passing. His eyes flicked to the lifeless portrait. Best we keep speculation quiet for now. Elara bristled at the circumvention of protocols but respected Haynes's wisdom. After he departed, she turned the conversation to the portrait. Looking closely, she could see the name of the artist, E. Grimshaw. Over the next few days, Elara encountered more obstacles. Simple requests for Basil's travel logs and schedule were denied, or disappeared into the bowels of the ministry bureaucracy. Each dead end eroded her trust. But she did learn from a statement that Basil's wife had said he had worked increasingly late nights at the ministry those last few weeks. She tried another avenue. Determined, she buried herself in genealogical archives until a single reference emerged on Grimshaw, an artist imprisoned in Azkaban 40 years prior for creating dangerous magical portraits. However, she even found it difficult to access Grimshaw's records. Everywhere she turned, she hit a brick wall. She then requested a list of prisoners detained in Azkaban. A moment later, a memo fluttered back. She scanned through the list of prisoners and saw the name marked E. Grimshaw. Elara now knew who might reveal answers. Gathering her wand and cloak, Aura Dawson departed to seek truths only Elias Grimshaw might provide. The sea churned slate grey as Elara's chartered boat crossed the swelling waves. In the distance, Azkaban rose from jagged rocks, its cracked towers like hungry stone fangs waiting to devour hope. Even magic barriers couldn't mute the dread as howls echoed from those impenetrable walls. Shivering, Elara disembarked, one hand on the trunk containing the mysterious portrait. Its weight seemed to increase with each reluctant step as she entered the fortress. The chill from the walls seeped deeper than skin or bone. Torch flames guttered low along the maze of corridors. All was mildew, rust, and wretched cries. The guards led Elara downward to a door barred with black iron. The high security wing, one muttered. Dementors float by often enough. You better watch out. He refused to escort her any further. Alone now, Elara whispered, "Lumos." and stared at the sign on the locked gate. Dangerous detainees. Her heart raced. But she'd come too far to falter. Steadying herself, she stepped into the passage beyond. The inmates here were utterly still, but for fleeting movements behind bars. Eyes gleamed from sunken faces at Elara's approach. The criminal magic of this place crept into her bones until finally she got to the end cell. Answers lay in this cell. Answers heavy as the portrait in her trunk and the darkness surrounding her. Gripping her wand tighter, Elara went to meet the artist of Azkaban. Hunched on a dingy cot, Elias Grimshaw seemed merged with the shadows. Grey, stubbled face bent over a stretched canvas in front of him. As Elara's wand light pierced the gloom, he looked up, eyes gleaming from sunken sockets. His hands were smudged in pigments that also streaked his ragged clothes. Half-finished portraits surrounding glared or gazed back. Portraits of witches and wizards rendered in chaotic, lifelike style. "We don't get visitors here," he rasped, voice rough with disuse. When she introduced herself as an aura, Elias cackled. "An officer of the law, gracing decrepit old Elias. To what do I owe such an honor?" Elara cleared her throat, unnerved by mocking eyes following her around the cell. "I hoped you might explain your painting methods. How do you capture such vitality?" Elias snatched up his brush, mixing oils, burnt umber, sulfur yellow, crimson like clotted blood. With his offhand, he drew his wand, murmuring a charm. A brush came out from the end of his wand. He then held it upwards. "You want to watch old Elias work his stained magic, hmm?" With sharp gestures, he commanded the enchanted wand to brush violent curves across the canvas. "They toss me random tack, hog hair and wood scraps." His voice adopted a fey lilt. "But all the materials Elias yearns for. It's the personal touches, my dear." His tongue flicked out, lips drawing back from yellowed teeth. "That's the secret, you see. the essence binder in my paintings. The blood, the spit. Bristles dripped carmine as he crafted a petrified, hollowed-eyed face. I paint the blood of a wizard into my art. Hence, I paint their souls into my art. Miss Alara. Around them, facets emerged from pigment-smeared images, watching, haunting. Were those portraits or prison bars? Alara's instincts screamed to flee this mad realm, but she stood transfixed as Elias cackled, plunging his nightmare visions onto canvas after canvas. Shadows draped Elias's hunched frame where he perched on a rust-eaten stool. Alara cleared her throat. Pardon me, but are you familiar with Armando Basil, the Ministry Records keeper? Without glancing up, Elias gave a raspy chuckle. Lass, the only Ministry folk I know now are the rats and roaches that scurry these cells at night. He tapped his temple. 40 years of Azkaban. Scrub your social calendar clean. I see. Well, I'm investigating Basil's recent murder. From her satchel, Alara withdrew the portrait, considering how best to broach the subject. She moved closer to the bars. Elias's piercing eyes flicked up to assess her. This portrait hung in Basil's office. It was disturbed when he was found dead 3 nights ago. The wizard in the portrait completely dead. She turned the painting towards Elias. With a snort, Elias dropped his gaze back to the oils and powders, clotting his hands. Lass, the faces I paint blend together after a while. His words trailed off as Alara pushed the canvas closer, patience fraying. With a grumble, the prisoner wiped his hands and accepted the portrait. Alara studied his craggy features as Elias examined the painting in the guttering torchlight. She saw the exact moment of recognition flooding his eyes. They widened, pupils shrinking as his face blanched beneath the scraggly beard. Shackled hands began to tremble, the canvas shaking. No, it cannot be. This is my painting, but I've never seen one like... Elias trailed off, slowly pivoting to face the back wall of his cell. A low moan building in his throat, He sank down against the grimy stones, still clutching the painting, one dirt-caked finger tracing the contorted face captured mid-scream. Elara hesitated, debating whether to interrupt his distress. But answers waited behind the prisoner's haunted gaze. She had to push forward. She asked him gently, "You recognize the wizard in the portrait?" "I knew that poor soul's name, yes," Elias confessed in an agonized undertone. "But creating him in oil and brushstroke has marked us both for dire fates." Recoiling from the painted face, Elias gripped tighter to the painting. "The walls themselves may betray us here. You must lean closer to me, lass." Elara moved tight towards the bars. Elias walked towards her. Now they were face to face. Years ago, a shadow faction inside the Ministry of Magic approached me about my talents. My magic that crudely echoes through my portraits. They aimed to exploit such power for their personal agendas. I had no choice. I've been creating portraits for this shadow government from this very cell. Swallowing hard, Elias revealed the threats and vile bargains. Certain portraits were now spying upon critical Ministry of Magic rooms, feeding insider secrets to advance this covert group's goals. They care nothing for laws, only power plays and dangerous knowledge held over adversaries. What their ultimate goal is, I don't know, but I can tell you it won't be any good. I shouldn't be saying this. They'll be listening. Elias searches Elara's gaze beseechingly. Even Hogwarts houses host bewitched portraits, parroting private conversations to my enemies. Elara whispered back, "But how does this explain Basil's death? And why is the wizard in your portrait dead?" "They wanted me to create a similar portrait to the one that put me in Azkaban. You see, Miss Elara, I can give the portraits the power to cast a few spells. Only a few. The magic in the mixture of paint and blood can only last so long. After the portraits cast their spells, the wizard or witch in the portrait dies." Elias choked up, tears in his eyes. "My work, my beautiful work dies." Elara looked at him in shock and disbelief. "You mean Your portrait. It killed Basil. Shutting his eyes against painful memories, Elias revealed his most recent commission. The portrait bespelled to harness deadly magic. They gave me no name, but this face, and traces of his blood for my paint. He turned the painting towards Alara once more. Yes, my portrait. My portrait must have killed Basil. But this means that Basil must have stumbled on to their plot. He must have been close to exposing this shadow government. It's the only reason they would have commissioned me to make such a painting. Gripping her hands, Elias whispered urgently, "You tread a razor's edge investigating this case, lass. You must expose these vipers before others meet fates akin to the records keeper, or worse." Cold dread trickled down Alara's spine at the prisoner's ominous words. She had come anticipating a killer, only to land amidst a secret war for the Ministry of Magic's very soul. Fresh determination stealing her nerves, she gently urged, "Please, tell me more of these shadow factions secretly pulling strings within the Ministry's walls." Alara's pulse was still hammering from Elias's dark revelations when a sound snatched her attention. Faint scratching from the far corner of the cell. She turned with a gasp. One of Elias's many portrait subjects had stirred to life. A wide-eyed warlock painted in a nightscape. As Alara froze beneath the portrait wizard's unblinking stare, Elias grabbed her wrist, his own eyes narrowing. "Stand clear of whatever phantom takes from here, lass." The scratching intensified as the warlock's hands twisted in intricate gestures. Alara scarcely had time to obey Elias's warning before jagged lightning erupted from the canvas itself. The warlock had cast a spell. Alara crashed aside, feeling heat blister her cheek. As the spell exploded, Elias' caught in a violent hail of smoking feathers. Twisting up from her painfully sprawled legs, Alara watched in horror as the warlock summoned another barrage with fingers now burned black. But abruptly, the smoking digits convulsed, sloughing away in ashes that spread rapidly across the rest of the painted form. Within moments, the illusion peeled away completely from the portrait's bared backing. In the echoing aftermath, all Alara could hear was her own frantic breathing and Elias's low cursing. as he helped her stand on unsteady feet. She pressed her fingertips against her stinging cheek. They came away bloody, a mere echo wielding traces of the warlord magic preserved in paint and varnish. Elias bit off, glaring accusations at the now empty canvas. I told you they were listening. They know you are here. But clear as any speech, the message comes from those serpents yet holding my leash. Gripping Alara's wrist with sudden urgency, his eyes pleaded with hers. This attack was a warning, lass. You've stirred a nest of vipers who'll strike at any threat to their secrets. Tread carefully in the ministry's den, or share my fate they aim to ensure. The prisoner's dire secrets and the assassination attempt had shattered her faith. The ministry she served now resembled a den of serpents. She thought back on the case's strange obstructions. Doors closed against inquiries, misdirection from superiors. At the time, it had merely puzzled her. But recalled through the lens of Elias's story, the veiled hostility took on sinister shades. They had aimed to stifle her investigation, keep their secrets buried. Instead, her persistence had stirred the shadow faction to bear its fangs directly. And if Elias spoke the truth, this ran deeper than cover-ups or scapegoats. This was a vice slowly closing upon the ministry itself, throttling justice for darker purpose. Quiet fury kindled in Alara's chest, burning through the lingering pain and fear. She had pledged her career, her very life, to protecting the wizarding world. Could she walk away now, willfully blinding herself from this corruption? Lifting her head, Alara sought Elias's gaze. The dangers now stand clearer thanks to you, she said quietly. And I mean to drag this ugly truth into light, along with any who stand against that cause. She stood, muscles taut with fresh resolve. This had become more than solving a mere murder. This was a crusade to hold the ministry back from the brink. And she would see it done, or die trying. The next morning, Alara hurried to the records office. Yesterday's revelations kindling each step. The ministry now felt different around her. But she pulled up sharply at the sight of her boss, Gareth Haynes, exiting Basil's office, clasping the hands of Basil's widow, now crying, walking past Alara down the corridor. unease stirred as Alara watched her pass. She then approached Haynes. "Sir, the Basil case. Certain strange aspects suggest need for further inquiry. Might we discuss?" But Haynes silenced her politely. "The matter is settled. I've ruled poor Armando took his own life by misadventure." He sighed heavily. A tragedy of secrets and inner demons hounding that poor man. Now we need to leave his grieving family in peace. Alara followed Haynes in shock to his office, her zeal for revelation tempered by his jarring news. Had she misjudged the shadows within the ministry in her haste? Haynes gestured for her to sit, before sliding a folded newspaper across the desk with official documents. Alara sank into the chair as the Daily Prophet's bold headline assaulted her. Despondent ministry records keeper takes own life. As she scanned the detailed description of Basil's supposed mental decline, Haynes summarized gently. "I tried to advise you against needless speculation earlier, my dear. Sometimes the full truth only brings more pain when past scars run too deep." He placed a copy of the psychological evaluation and ministry accident ruling before her. Alara looked between them and her superior, clarity crumbling by the moment. The analysis echoed the prophet's narrative unraveling. Depression, unhealthy obsessions. Both concluded Basil had used his access to artifacts to engineer his own elaborate demise. Misadventure by enchanted amulet, it seems. Likely some family heirloom not properly registered, Haynes recounted. The poor sod probably thought staging a mystery might save his reputation or his family's. Haynes squeezed Alara's shoulder, his eyes full of paternal sympathy. Not all investigations end with neat answers or culprits to blame. Sometimes we can only stand witness to tragedy and try preventing the next lost soul from meeting such an end. Lara lowered the damning report with shaking hands. She had hit so many dead ends this past week. But was that truly obscurity at play, or her own desperate grasping for external evil, rather than accept a broken man's final demons? Had she dragged an innocent prisoner into a wild conspiracy to avoid that painful truth, that sometimes justice came too late? Alara sat in numb silence, Basil's suicide ruling cold in her hands. She thought of all she had learned from Azkaban prisoner Elias Grimshaw, vile secrets suggesting conspiracy ran rife within the ministry walls. Finally, she raised her head. Sir, the prisoner alleged hidden factions manipulating justice for personal gain. Having witnessed obstruction myself, I believe investigation into such accusation warrants. Haynes raised his hand, his look turning stern. Tread carefully, voicing wild tales, spun by men locked in cells half their lives. Opening a thick folder, he spread psychological reports across his desk. Elias Grimshaw, resident 30 years for acts of madness and murder. Haynes gestured at clinical accounts of hallucinations, paranoid ramblings. His disease is long documented, my dear. Tell me true, is the testimony of a confined lunatic worth sullying Basil's good name? Laura traced shaking hands over page after page, showing Grimshaw's supposed descent into violence and delirium. Had she let a deranged man manipulate her trust? Had she invented connections from scattered shadows simply to avoid truth too ordinary to accept? She remembered the inmate's feverish eyes alive with dark fervor, his cramped cell papered in disturbing portraits. With dawning unease, she wondered which of them had truly lost their grasp on reason and reality. Later, in her dim office, a tap on the door broke Ilara's hollow silence. She blinked up at her superior hovering in the threshold, his smile not reaching his eyes. We all lose our way chasing shadows sometimes, Haynes said gently. I've brought you a present. I knew how much you liked it. Just a little something to brighten you up, he declared, raising up a portrait. In his hands was the portrait she had brought to Azkaban. Elias's portrait that used to hang in Basil's office. However, the disturbed portrait concealing the unknown wizard was now staring out at Ilara, no longer dead, freshly painted. I'm sure Basil won't mind you having this. Taking out his wand, Haynes levitated the painting to hang prominently on her wall. But his smile remained taut as he turned to depart. Fascinating piece, isn't it? He gripped her shoulder tightly. Too tightly, she thought. We all lose our way chasing shadows sometimes. No more wild conspiracy theories, though, yes? Best leave the past buried, my dear. For your own good. The door clicked shut, leaving Ilara alone with the painting subject, probing her with that penetrating gaze. She shuddered, remembering prisoner Elias's disturbed dreams about this face. Unease curdling in her gut. Elara realized she had slipped free of one web, only to land in another potentially more deadly. For corruption's fangs left deeper scars than any mere killer's. And she could no longer blindly trust even her nearest allies not to harbor its spreading poison. Staring up at the newly animated portrait, she wondered, was Gareth Haynes one of them? The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a stately tawny owl, wrapping its talons on the glass of Lysandra's window. She let the owl in eagerly, offering it a treat as she removed the envelope clutched in its beak. Lysandra recognized the Hogwarts crest immediately, and the sight of that familiar ink made her pulse quicken. She slowly unfolded the parchment and began to read. My dear Lysandra, I was pleased to receive your owl regarding access to the Hogwarts archives and library this summer. Your pursuit of knowledge mirrors that of your Aunt Bathilda. I have no doubt her work on Hogwarts A History could benefit from your insightful additions. You have my permission to stay at the castle and utilize the library resources, including the restricted section, as you complete your research. Do tread cautiously. The restricted shelves hold knowledge not meant for all. I regret to inform you that I will be away on important wizarding business for much of the summer. However, our loyal caretaker, Argus Filch, will be present, and I'm sure he could use some company during the long, quiet months. Poor fellow rarely has visitors. Lysandra, your visit comes at an intriguing time. The ghosts have been more restless than usual. The stones seem to whisper of secrets best left undisturbed. Forgotten knowledge that only one such as yourself could uncover. Listen closely during your stay. We eagerly await your owl confirming your arrival. It will be good to have you back home. Until then, I remain Albus Dumbledore. Lysandra carefully refolded the letter, a scholar's curiosity wearing with a sense of foreboding. She glanced around at her cluttered flat, already imagining the books piled high in the Hogwarts library. What secrets still waited within those walls? A few days later, Lysandra settled into the warm velvet seat aboard the Hogwarts Express, stowing her small suitcase beside her. She was the train's sole passenger. As it whistled to life and slowly chugged out of King's Cross station, Lysandra felt a swell of melancholy. She gazed out the window at the rolling green hills passing by in a blur, remembering her childhood journeys to Hogwarts. The train's narrow corridors used to brim with laughter and excited chatter. Now, there was only hollow silence, broken by the occasional rattle of a trolley as it made its way up and down the corridors. Lysandra was a descendant of Bathilda Bagshot, the author of Hogwarts: A History. She aimed to update her great-great-great-aunt's work with details lost to time. Bathilda's published tales were whimsical and light, skating over the darker mysteries shrouding the ancient school. Lysandra hoped to unravel some of these secrets and preserve them for future generations. The train rolled to a stop at Hogsmeade Station after nightfall. Lysandra emerged onto the platform illuminated by lamplight. She shivered as a cold wind whipped her cloak. Looking up at the distant turrets of Hogwarts Castle, towering over black trees swaying in the darkness, Lysandra felt utterly isolated. She had never been here during the summer months. She hesitated, then steeled her resolve and began the long walk up to the school alone. The massive oak doors creaked open to Lysandra's touch. "Hello?" she called tentatively. Only silence answered. Her footsteps echoed through the carnivorous entrance hall as she made her way deeper into the castle, lantern held aloft. The familiar halls had never seemed so cold, so empty. What secrets lurked in the darkness? Lysandra wandered in the dark halls aimlessly, growing more uneasy. She nearly jumped out of her skin when a shuffling sound came from a nearby corridor. Whirling around, she came face to face with a ragged old cat. "Mrs. Norris," Lysandra exclaimed in relief, recognizing the dust-colored feline. The cat stared at her intelligently for a moment, before turning and padding back down the corridor. Lysandra followed the cat deeper into the shadowy corridors. Her footsteps echoed eerily in the silence. Up ahead, a bar of light spilled from an open doorway. She paused in the entrance, taking in the cramped office cluttered with filing cabinets. At a desk in the corner sat a stooped, raw-boned man examining a set of rusty chains. "Mr. Filch?" Lysandra said tentatively. "I'm Lysandra Blackwood. I sent an owl about..." "I know who you are," Filch interrupted without looking up. His gravelly voice sounded unused. "So Dumbledore granted you permission to disrupt my summer, has he?" "I promise not to get in your way," Lysandra said quickly. "If you could just show me to the guest rooms." Filch scowled, finally meeting her gaze. His eyes were pale and watery. Being a squib, he lacked magical abilities, which Lysandra guessed bred his resentment toward wizarding students. "I keep this castle in order all year. The summer is my time for peace and quiet, Miss Blackwood. I just hope it stays that way." Lysandra heard the thinly veiled annoyance in his tone. "My apologies. It will stay that way, Mr. Filch. I'm only here to research." Filch cut her off with an impatient wave of his hands. "Guest rooms are upstairs on the left. Now off with you. I'm very busy." Lysandra could sense she wasn't welcome. Filch clearly treasured his isolated summers at Hogwarts before students returned. Her presence had thrown off his routine. She turned and made her way upstairs, feeling the caretaker's gaze follow her suspiciously. A draft whispered down the corridor, stirring the flames in her lantern. Lysandra shivered. The next morning, Lysandra descended to the great hall for breakfast. She paused in the doorway, taking in the 4 long, empty house tables. At the far end, she spotted Filch sitting alone eating porridge. She debated at whether to say good morning, but he didn't even glance up at her once. Lysandra took a seat at the Gryffindor table, far enough away from Filch, and helped herself to toast and jam. The sound of clinking silverware echoed off the stone walls. Neither she nor Filch spoke. The only noise was the fluttering of a couple of owls delivering the daily prophet. Finishing her pumpkin juice, Lysandra stood, and without thinking she said, "I'll be in the library all day if you need anything, Mr. Filch." She immediately regretted opening her mouth. Filch merely grunted in reply, not looking up from his porridge. Lysandra left the caretaker to his solitary meal. The walk to the library reassured her. She knew the promise of dusty old books waited within, full of history and knowledge. Their comforting pages could transport her imagination far from the uneasy silence that had settled over the castle. And soon she was weaving through the maze of shelves to the restricted section. Tracing her fingers along the cracked spines, she selected a few promising titles to start her research. Lysandra settled down at a table already strewn with parchments and books. Soon she was completely engrossed, taking meticulous notes on details on how to add to Bathilda's manuscript. Lysandra spent long nights poring over text in the library's restricted section. One night, as she browsed a shelf of crumbling diaries, her eyes landed on a large leather-bound book wedged down between the others. Pulling it out, Lysandra saw the title etched in peeling gold letters. Hogwarts, a History. Research Notes by Bathilda Bagshot. Her heart leapt. This must be Bathilda's original research for her book. With trembling hands, Lysandra opened the heavy book. Frayed parchment pages were filled edge to edge with Bathilda's slanted scrawl, annotations crammed into every margin. Sketches of castle architecture and floor plans accompanied some passages. As Lysandra gently turned the fragile pages, several folded letters slipped out and fluttered to the table. Lysandra's hands trembled as she unfolded the brittle parchment letters. The first was written in Bathilda's looping scrawl. Dear Phineas, my research into Hogwarts origins has led me down unexpected paths. There are whispers amongst the portraits and ghosts of an ancient evil that lurks within the castle. One even the founders of Hogwarts could not destroy. They call it the Entity. Have you heard mention of this from past headmasters? Any information you could provide would be invaluable to documenting a comprehensive history of Hogwarts. I'm afraid this is deeper and darker than I initially realized. Please hour me at your earliest convenience. Yours sincerely, Bathilda. The reply from Headmaster Black was short and urgent. Bathilda, do not speak of the Entity, especially not in your book. Some secrets are better left in the dark. Yours, P.N.B. Lysandra's pulse quickened. The headmaster's terse warning only heightened the mystery. She quickly checked the dates. This exchange happened over a century ago. What was this entity Bathilda had uncovered in her research? And why was the headmaster so insistent it remain hidden? Cassandra's mind raced as she left the library, clutching Bathilda's research notes. The vague references to the entity had sparked more questions than answers. She hurried back to her room, eager to further examine the book. Cassandra lit the oil lamps with a wave of her hand and settled down at the old wooden desk by the window. The first 100 pages or so contained Bathilda's initial background research. Notes on the founders, sketches of the castle layout, and lists of headmasters. But then the tone shifted. Bathilda's writing became more frantic, filling every inch of the yellow pages. She referenced sinister discoveries, things moving in the dark just outside her vision. Whispers echoing from the walls when she thought herself alone. There was also scribbles of a fire in the great hall. More troubling were her allusions to the entity. Bathilda seemed to believe it was some kind of ancient evil lurking within Hogwarts, dating back to the Founders' era. Her letters begged former headmasters for any information they could provide. One chilling entry read, "I fear the entity is growing stronger, feeding on the darkness now gripping the wizarding world." Just what had Bathilda uncovered during this research? And why had the headmasters she wrote seemed so eager to bury this secret history? Cassandra needed to learn more. She closed the book with a thud, heart racing. The friendly halls of Hogwarts suddenly felt sinister. Was there really an ominous presence hidden here all this time? Sandra shook her head. She had to focus on her task. The truth lay somewhere in these pages, and she was determined to bring it to light. Over the next few days, Cassandra became absorbed in studying Bathilda's research book, eager for any clues about the entity. She even took her meals in the library, not wanting to lose a moment of reading time. On the 5th day, Filch suddenly appeared while Cassandra was researching. She jumped, not having heard him approach. "Find anything interesting?" he asked, gesturing at the piles of books around her. Cassandra hesitated. Just some background for Hogwarts history. Filch peered at the notes strewn across the table. "Hogwarts history has its share of secrets," he said casually, but his eyes were sharp. Cassandra recalled Filch had tended the castle for over 50 years. If anyone knew its mysteries, it would be him. Could she trust him with what she'd learned? Have you ever heard of something called the entity? She ventured. Filch's bushy eyebrows shot up. For a moment, his eyes held an unreadable expression. But then he schooled his features. There's no point in dwelling on school legends, he grunted. Superstitious nonsense if you ask me. He walked off into the shadows. But Cassandra detected a shift behind his nonchalant facade. Filch clearly knew more than he let on about this hidden history. After another few hours studying, she left for her room. Cassandra's hurried footsteps echoed down the empty corridor as she made her way back from the library very late at night. The only light came from the flickering torches lining the walls, casting dancing shadows across the stone. Cassandra quickened her pace down the corridor, eager to return to the safety of her room. Without warning, the torches extinguished, plunging her into pitch blackness. She froze on the spot, pulse racing. Suddenly, a faint whispering sound came right next to her ear. Lysandra. She opened her mouth to cast a spell, but icy fingers suddenly gripped her wrist in the darkness. She screamed in terror. At that very moment, all the torches relit on the wall, revealing Filch, standing before her, lantern raised. You all right, Miss Blackwood? He asked gruffly. Cassandra wrenched her hand from his grasp, breathing hard. Filch's sudden presence frightened her almost as much as the unseen entity in the darkness. She needed to get out of these halls tonight. I'm fine. Just tired, I think. Cassandra managed, her voice shaking. Good night, Mr. Filch. I'd stay in your room at night from now on, Miss Blackwood. The castle does seem very curious these past nights. Some kind of disturbance crumbling, I think. Feeling the caretaker's eyes follow her suspiciously, Cassandra broke into a run once out of sight, desperate to reach the safety of her own room. But she couldn't escape the lingering chill of that icy grip on her wrist, or the feeling that the entity's unseen presence still clung to the shadows. Cassandra rushed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. She leaned against it, catching her breath as she lit the oil lamps with a wave of her wand. Settling at her desk, Cassandra carefully turned the worn pages of Bathilda's research. Near the back, she found a passage that made her blood run cold. I have glimpsed the entity that haunts the castle. Its visage chills my soul. A shifting, formless mass of swirling darkness. Its rasping whispers speak of vengeance against all who draw too close to its buried secrets. It knows I am unraveling its hidden past, and it will stop at nothing to remain obscured. The book slipped from Lyssandra's shaking hands. This was no benevolent presence, but a sinister evil intent on keeping its existence concealed. And her presence alone awoken something that meant her harm. Something that could emerge from the shadows again at any moment. Over the next few days, Lysandra thought she noticed a gradual but disturbing change in Filch. At first, Lysandra thought little of the caretaker's increased lingering around the library while she studied. But gradually, she noticed Filch appearing more and more frequently whenever she was in the library, always feigning coincidence. Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling of being watched now. Sometimes she thought she heard faint whispers and shuffling footsteps following her through the empty corridors. One night, finding her bedroom door inexplicably ajar, Lysandra felt someone had been inside her room while she was out. But nothing seemed disturbed. She glimpsed Filch muttering under his breath even more, but could never make out his words. Lysandra wondered if she was imagining sinister tones, when in fact he was merely grumbling harmless complaints. Deep down, though, she sensed these incidents were connected to her ongoing investigation into the entity. Or perhaps her own paranoia was simply getting the better of her. But one thing was for sure. Her fear was growing every night. The castle felt different. The portraits were empty, and even the ghosts weren't anywhere to be seen. Lysandra awoke with a start late one night to the sound of a distant crashing and banging. Heart pounding, she lit her wand and hurried into the dark corridor. As she approached the great hall, a noise grew louder, mixed with shouts. Bursting through the tall doors with wand raised, Lysandra stopped short. Filch stood on the teacher's desk, using his tattered overcoat to smother flames rising from the Gryffindor table. He whirled around, face red from exertion and eyes wide. "Fire," he rasped. Fire. Lysandra rushed over to help, using a spell to douse the last smouldering embers. This is no accident, Miss Blackwood, Filch growled, gesturing at the smouldering tables. Strange events have plagued the castle since your arrival. Lysandra felt a chill. What are you implying? Filch's eyes bore into hers. Years ago, your Aunt Bathilda came nosing around, stirring up secrets better left alone. Her meddling awakened something too. An ancient darkness. Sandra's pulse quickened. The entity, she whispered. Filch nodded grimly. I think maybe your presence has roused it again. His power grows. I can feel it. Lysandra hesitated, then retrieved Bathilda's research from her robes, showing Filch the passage about the entity's vengeful whispers. I found this in her notes, but any clues about the entity's origins were destroyed. Filch paced, muttering under his breath, before stopping abruptly. The library restricted section. If answers exist, that's where we'll find them. Together, they scoured the dusty shelves until Lysandra discovered a worn text called The Founder's Fables. Lysandra carefully turned the ancient pages, studying the unsettling tale. It says here, a powerful dark wizard named Daedalus demanded to join the founders in creating Hogwarts. And when they refused, he attacked. Filch leaned in closer, eyes widening as he followed along. They defeated him, but Daedalus used the last of his strength to meld his essence into the very stones of the castle. Lysandra continued. He became an entity bound to Hogwarts itself. Filch slammed his fist on the table. That's why we've never got rid of the blasting thing. It's ingrained in the bloody walls. Lysandra met his gaze grimly. Daedalus is the entity that's been awakened. He wants vengeance for being rejected and imprisoned here all these centuries. Lysandra shuddered, envisioning the raging spirit of a spurned dark wizard swirling through the halls. Now a sinister evil lurked within every stone, awakened once more. After discovering the entity's origins, Lysandra felt a flicker of hopelessness. How can we possibly defeat something woven into the very stones of the castle? Filch paced, brow furrowed in thought. Then he stopped abruptly. The Founder's Chamber, the founding stone, he muttered. Dumbledore said that relic contains powerful magic. It may be our only chance, Miss Blackwood. Lysandra leaned forward eagerly. What is this founding stone? Filch's eyes glinted. According to legend, the founders enchanted the first stone ever laid for Hogwarts to protect the castle. It lies deep in a hidden secret chamber. If we could reach this stone, do you think its magic could stop the entity? Lysandra asked. Filch slowly nodded. Perhaps, yes. I do know where the chamber lies. Lysandra set her jaw resolutely. Whatever it takes. Filch studied her a moment before turning toward the door. All right, let's go with it. Lysandra felt a spark of hope as she followed Filch out the door. Perhaps the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself could help defeat this evil that had awakened within its halls. Filch lit a lantern and led Lysandra deep into the castle's underbelly. Through twisting passages and down crumbling staircases. Lysandra stayed close, wary of shadows flickering in the darkness. At last, they reached a dead-end corridor. Strange echoes of anguished screams sounded from behind the stone wall. Lysandra shivered. Filch withdrew a wand from his robes. Lysandra stared in shock as he tapped the stones in complex patterns until they rumbled open to reveal a dark chamber. As Filch stepped forward, Lysandra grabbed his arm. You're a squib. How can you use magic? She demanded. He met her gaze with pale eyes that made her blood run cold. Clever girl, he rasped, his voice now sinister. He grabbed her arm and threw her into the dark chamber. Lysandra staggered back in horror. Filch walked forward, the chamber entrance closing behind him. The torches flared to life, revealing another Argus Filch, unconscious and chained against the far wall. Lysandra blinked in confusion, looking between the two Filches, until she noticed the Filch before her had eyes that glowed blood red. You're not Filch, she gasped. Lysandra's blood turned to ice. It's been you all along, she whispered. You're the entity. You deceived me. And you made it so easy, child. The entity sneered through Filch's face. And now, with Filch's consciousness and your magical power, I shall be reborn, and Hogwarts will be mine. It advanced toward her, each step making the air grow colder. Lysandra stumbled back, groping for her wand with shaking fingers. She had delivered herself straight into the hands of this ancient evil. Now this castle shall finally be mine, the entity rasped, Filch's face twisting into a hideous smile. Lysandra screamed as it reached for her, the sound echoing off the chamber walls. Entity raised its wand, shooting a spell. Lysandra dove behind a stone pillar as the entity sent a blast of energy at her. She peered around the edge and aimed her wand, stupefied. The spell just missing the entity. Lysandra had to keep fighting, but suddenly she felt the stones beneath her begin to vibrate. The torches burned brighter, as if the castle itself was rallying to her defense. The entity started to shriek in agony. "Incendio!" Lysandra yelled. Flames erupted around the entity, causing it to recoil. The chamber starting to collapse. "You cannot stop me, child," it rasped. "I am eternal." It surged forward, but then recoiled again, as if striking an invisible barrier. Lysandra realized the castle's ancient magic was protecting her. The Founder's magic was still present. With hope renewed, she fired spells until the entity gave a last wail before dissipating into black smoke. The chamber rumbled, dust and stones raining down. The entity wasn't gone yet. Lysandra raced to the real Finch chained against the wall. He coughed awake. "The chamber's going to collapse. Can you move?" Lysandra asked urgently, blasting his chains apart. Filch tried standing, but sank back down with a grimace. Lysandra hoisted his arm over her shoulder, and together they staggered toward the exit. The corridor was starting to crumble, huge chunks of stone crashing down around them. Lysandra grunted with exertion, half carrying Filch along. With a final burst of effort, they dove through the doorway, seconds before the entire chamber collapsed. Lysandra lay gasping on the ground with the real Filch. They had made it out alive. The entity sealed again for now. Filch looked up at her. "Thanks for that. What's your name then?" "It's Lysandra Blackwood." "How long have you been in there?" I think about 6 months at least. Let's get you to the medical wing. Lysandra awoke slowly, blinking against the brightness. She was lying in a chair in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Morning sunlight streaming through the windows. "Ah, you're awake," came a familiar voice. Lysandra turned to see Albus Dumbledore seated beside her, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Professor Dumbledore?" Lysandra asked groggily. "I see you and Mr. Filch had quite the summer. The castle informed me of the entity's return the moment I arrived this morning." At the mention of Filch, Lysandra sat up and quickly looked over at him. In the bed beside her lay Filch, still unconscious but breathing evenly. Is he going to be okay?" "He will recover, thanks to you," Dumbledore said gently. "Poppy healed his wounds. He just needs rest now." Lysandra exhaled in relief. After facing the entity's evil together, she had grown to respect Filch and his devotion to Hogwarts. "I'm proud of you both," Dumbledore continued. "You showed great courage and quick thinking last night. Hogwarts is safe again because of you. I look forward to reading about it in the new edition of Hogwarts: A History. Although, maybe Bathilda was right, of course." Dumbledore rose from his chair. "Maybe some secrets belong in the dark. However, that decision is yours, Miss Blackwood." Dumbledore left the hospital wing. The horror of the entity was finally over. A new chapter in Hogwarts history had been written. Though Lysandra suspected this tale would remain untold for a long while yet.